What's up, notJust developers? Welcome back to a new live stream. Welcome back to a new Summer Startup Challenge episode. Today is day 2, and before we get into what we're gonna do today, let me first introduce the Summer Startup Challenge. So we recently launched a 1-month-long event where we encourage everyone from our community to build and launch their applications. Maybe you're not going to be able to do everything, but at least a small prototype, an MVP, a minimum viable product, I'm pretty sure you can do it. So let's give ourselves this challenge and let's try to accomplish it by the end of August. So we're going to end everything with a demo day. So let's hope that we manage to build the applications that we start at the beginning of the month. The demo day is going to be on 1st of September, and the best projects will have opportunity to present their applications. During this process, I'm also building my own application. I want to show you the whole process of building a production-ready application from start to finish, from initializing the project all the way to deploying it to market, implementing monetization, doing some testing around monetization, and so on. So this is going to be an exciting month for me as well, because we're going to do 2 live streams every single week in order to manage to build this application by the end. We are limited by time, so we will have to be smart about prioritizing which features we will build. And maybe sometimes we're gonna have to do even more live streams. For example, this week I prepared 3 of them. Anyway, I invite everyone to join the challenge and start building your application. To get started, you don't have to apply anywhere, you don't have to do anything other than initializing your project, starting working on it, and bringing it closer to the end product, to being able to deploy it to market. So more information about the event you can find on our website. I will leave also a link in the description below. And for everyone else who needs a little bit more guidance building their own applications, we are actually launched something exciting for you. We have launched our premium community where we will have weekly Q&A sessions during this event, and I'm going to try to help you as much as possible with your project that you are building during this challenge. Weekly Q&A sessions during August, and later we're going to have also other events inside our community. You can find out more information about our pro community at notjust.dev/pro, and during the month of August, and only during this month, we have some launch bonuses. For example, you will have a chance to present your project at the demo day, and you're gonna get help and guidance with weekly Q&A sessions. We're gonna have them every Thursday. So we already had one previous week, and it was exciting to see projects built from our community. Another launch bonus is a 50% discount, and you get this discount forever as long as you stay in our community. So make sure to check it out at notjust.dev/pro and join us to build mobile applications together. Okay, so let's get started. And all right, so hello everyone in the chat. Let me quickly have an update specifically about the project that we are building here in the live stream. And first of all, I want to say a disclaimer that this is not our usual tutorials. For these videos, for these builds that I'm doing here, I'm not prepared. I'm trying to code and plan everything here live with you together. And if you want to jump into the live chat, give me some suggestions on how I can implement it better, or maybe some tools or services, I would highly appreciate that. Basically, if your goal is to learn building mobile applications, we have a ton of tutorials on our channel where I actually prepare very much in depth in order to provide you with a very good educational experience. Here you can jump in and see how everything works in a real world situation. In a lot of cases, I'm gonna have to debug some issues for a couple of maybe hours sometimes. So it's a whole journey. It's a whole roller coaster, ups and downs. And I want to invite you to join me on this journey to see how what it takes to build and launch a mobile application. So previously on Summer Startup, what did we manage to do? First of all, the idea, the application that I want to build is going to be focused on helping couples and families manage their finances together. This is a problem or a need that me and my girlfriend, or currently fiancé, Alex, is having, is to have a overview at our whole finances, to set ourselves some goals, like saving goals. For example, if we want to go on a vacation or if we want to invest in something, this is something that that we actually need. And at the moment, what we're doing is we have like boards, whiteboards, we write our goals there, we keep track of them. So I was thinking about a digital version of what we are currently doing with our saving goals that will also help with other aspects of the financial part, specifically when it comes to managing it as a family or as a couple. So this, I'm pretty sure, and I know that this niche is quite saturated and very competitive. There are a lot of budgeting and finances application. And the way I'm going to try to differentiate, and the way I'm going to try to have a chance at grabbing some market in this direction is, first of all, I'm going to try to niche down, because there are a lot of applications that are general budgeting and financial applications. In my case, I want to specifically target couples, families, and managing it together. This will help me also with App Store optimization, with keywords, to rank for specific keywords, which are much easier to do. And another differentiator will probably, we're going to explore it a bit later. It's going to come with some gamification. I have some ideas in mind, like gamification in an exceptional UI, maybe with some 3D models. We'll see. Like I have ideas in mind, but instead of jumping first into them, I want to build something usable. I want to release it as soon as possible. I want to get users to use the application as soon as possible in order for me to get feedback from real users. This is something very important for when you're building a startup, is instead of basically focusing on features and building things that you believe are useful, rather than doing that, a much better approach is to listen to what users are asking for, what users are saying, what users are voting with their action or inaction. So for that, I would need to build and launch a semi-usable application with basic features. And for that reason, I focused on a very specific goal, on a very specific features, on the savings goal. So I'm not going to try to build everything right away. When it comes to managing finances, I'm only going to focus on the savings goal. So this is the top and the first feature that I want to complete before I am able to release an MVP, a first version of this application. After that, there are a lot of features that we can get into, like shared budget, expense and income tracking, financial overview, asset tracking, and so on. The tech stack, this is very exciting. The tech stack for this project is going to be, of course, Expo for building the iOS and Android applications. We're going to use Tamagui for the, as a UI library. And also very specifically to Tamagui, I'm using their takeout starter, which is a paid template. This project is not sponsored by Tamagui, but I want to make sure that I mention that, because a lot of features are by default coming from that template, and as well it introduces a lot of new stuff that for me are also are new and would require some getting used to it and learning it. On the backend, we're going to use Supabase, which is also new for me. So this is a project that that I'm going to approach in a similar way as I was always preaching, I was always telling you. Whenever you're building a new project, or the best way to learn something new is to build a real project for real users. And whenever you're building a new project, try to add a couple of new stuff that you'll learn. This way you always continue growing, you find out new stuff, and you get used to different technologies. That's what I'm doing right now with this project. I'm gonna learn Tamagui and Supabase. I had them on my list to learn for a very long time. And finally, we have opportunity to do it here live by building a real project. So throughout these tutorials, throughout these videos, you're gonna see the learning journey as well, the frustration, and discovering new things around this. Anyway, that's mostly the introduction for what we are doing today. And the game plan for today is going to be to implement transactions and finish goal management. But before that, let me quickly show you the actual application that we are building. So here it is. And as I said, we started from the Tamagui takeout starter. It's a starter project that has some of the screen's important components already created. For example, these onboarding screens, they are out of a box from that template. Later on, I'm only gonna have to update a couple of things here, and that's it. So we can go next, next, next. The authentication was already created and set up for us. So I think I can go ahead and log in. That saved us quite a lot of time, actually. Network request failed. Maybe we are not running Docker for the local instance of Supabase. Is Tamagui a paid service? No, Tamagui is free, it's open source, but they have a starter project, like let's say a premium feature, the takeout, and that is paid. But other than that, everything related to Tamagui is free. So let's, yep, here we have it. I can go through the questions that you're asking, guys, in a moment. Let me just finish this intro to showcase the starter project and what we already managed to build. So here is the home screen. Everything from the home screen at the moment is purely coming from that starter project, but I really love the user interface, how everything looks, and the components themselves, because as you can see, a lot of things are happening around like money and so on. So because we are building a financial application, it's going to be very helpful for us to reuse some of these components. For example, if we go into this tab, which is a completely new tab that we worked on previous week, here we can create savings goal. And as you can see, I used a pre-made component from the home screen, you see? Later, I'm gonna edit it, but it's already there. We can also create goals, for example, travel, I don't know, 150. And here is the travel. Yeah, at the moment, these are mainly the features that I created. I also created something around groups. So basically, you can create a group, but I think you actually don't need to create it because I set it up to automatically create a group for you when you sign up. So the savings will be linked to the group, and you and your partner will be able to view them. So yeah, next we have a profile screen. Everything here comes from the template, and actually I think it works I know it works like with photos. Even uploading, Vadim, Savin, hey. We need to have a bucket, so that's the only thing that we need. But how do we have a look at our? Yeah, I'm gonna check that in a moment. Here we have like different menu options. We can adjust them later. The settings. For example, in the general, you see some profile data. You can change password. This is working. Change email. I think it's working. Privacy policy, a template page. And the theme. This is very nice because everything is compatible with dark mode and light mode, which I really enjoy. So as you can see, at the moment you can create goals, but there is no way to basically track your goals or to add money to your savings goal. So the goal for today is going to be able to add transactions where you can add basically money to your goals. And maybe also we're gonna work on implementing more features for the savings. I have somewhere the Notion page where I track everything about this. I have a business model canvas, but what we're interested in is in the project board. Here is all my tasks. I'm gonna keep track of them. As you can see, we already have some of them finished, which are not displayed here. And I prioritize them on P0, which are crucial. Without them, I cannot launch the MVP. P1, very important, but the application is still usable without them. So for example, deleting an item, you'd think that this is crucial, but the application is going to be usable even if users will not be able to delete items. Yes, it's important. Yes, it's nice, but you can focus on the crucial parts first, and after that, implement the other important features. So I'm gonna try to stick to this rule till the end of this challenge. And sometimes it's hard. Sometimes we really want to go into the nice to have features that are not adding a lot of value, but are nice to have. So let's see. Anyway, here is the application. Let me put it this way. Here is our code. In the code, we have the Expo application and also the Next.js application. This is also working as a web application. During the live streams, I don't think I'm going to focus on the web application because it's going to take me too much time to make it work both on the mobile and web. I might do that behind the scenes to make sure that it's working, but we'll see. The web application is not a focus, but it's nice to know that anytime I can easily make it compatible with web as well. So yeah, okay, let's open up Supabase. In order to create a bucket, I don't have it yet. So if I'm gonna do yarn supa status, this should show us the studio, which is the local host. And as you can see, I'm gonna add a new window here for the web browser. So here is our Supabase dashboard. It's running locally inside Docker, and anytime when we feel ready, we're going to be able to deploy it to actual Supabase. And I want you to go to the storage and create a new bucket called avatars. And it's going to be a public bucket. So I can save and I can go back to my application and maybe add a profile picture, which I want to mention it's coming from a template. So I didn't implement that. You just have to create the bucket. Let's do redeem, update profile, and here we have it. If I'm gonna refresh, the avatar should also work in the bottom tab and here as well. Perfect. So let me quickly go through some of the questions that you guys are asking, and we can get started and work on actual features. Nifemi, hello, I'm from Nigeria. Hi, welcome here. Knockout Ram, I have a question. How much time should I invest to build an app using React Native? Suppose was a social media app with all functions. Well, I'm gonna set the expectation clear. When you say a social media application with all functionalities, you probably have in your mind like Facebook or LinkedIn and so on. And you also have in mind all the functionalities. If that's what you are looking for, unfortunately, yeah, it's not that easy. Let's put it this way. And it cannot be built in a couple of weeks. I know that throughout all like my tutorials and other people tutorials out there, it feels that building a social media application takes 2 or 3 videos, every video like 4 hours. So it should be like 20 hours and I have the application. Well, you can have a prototype, you can have an MVP, you can have basic functionalities, or you can have like the main functionalities. But when we talk about like fully fledged social media application, it takes quite a lot of time. So you need to understand like what features do you want to focus on and which features do you want to completely ignore, because you realize that you are one person or maybe you're a small team and you cannot compete with the teams that are behind social media applications like Facebook and LinkedIn. What you can do is you can focus on a very specific feature of those applications and you can innovate there. You can laser focus all your effort on small amount of features and provide exceptional experience for users around that specific feature. You don't need everything that the social media has. Okay, Tamagui, it's so cool. I'm still getting used to it, so it's a learning journey. But I love it so far. How to do light and dark mode with Tamagui? I don't know. It's coming out of a box here, so maybe we can look into the details of how it's implemented later. How are you today? I'm very good, thank you. Excited. I've been waiting, like previous episode was on Friday, so I've been really waiting to get into this. Why use a paid template on a free tutorial though? That's why I had the disclaimer at the beginning. Don't treat this series as a tutorial. For tutorials, I have a bunch of other projects on the channel that you can follow. This is not a tutorial. This is me documenting the journey of building an application from zero all the way till the market. You can look at and take inspiration from the process rather than from the details. Understand like what it takes to build this application. Don't bother guys asking extra stuff. The project is scripted and coding already, so let him do his thing. Yeah, of course, it's scripted. Definitely, like... No, the project is not scripted and I'm doing everything live. And you're gonna see that. I mess up quite a lot. I get into a lot of problems. And it's either I'm very bad at scripting and preparing projects, or that's the reality. Now okay, and as you're saying, now I see the point of live stream. He's actually answering questions. That's cool. Yeah, so during this project, I feel more comfortable stopping and talking with you here in the live chat. So feel free to ask questions. Feel free to give suggestions, recommendations. And anyway, we have to get started to manage to at least build a couple of features today. So as I said, what we're gonna work on, we have the ability to create savings goals. What I want to do now is to have ability to kind of update our savings goals to basically deposit money inside a savings goal, inside a bucket, right? So for that, I'm gonna have to implement transactions. So the first feature that I'm gonna do is a user can deposit money for the saving goal. Let's go ahead and have a look at, what's the name? I always forget. Lucid Up? The application that I use for the diagramming. Yeah, I think this is the one. So this is the current state of our database. Let me probably change this to that's implemented tables. We have user profiles, which have a name, avatar, and so on. We have groups, which will link multiple profiles together, where you can share like the same goals as a family or as a group. And we have currently goals, which has a name, an amount, a target date, emoji, and group ID. Now, what I want to do is I want to create a new table called transactions. What will a transaction have? A transaction will definitely have an amount, and this is going to be a number, a float number. I don't know. Yeah, because transactions can be like, I don't know, $5.5. That's also possible. So we need a float for that. When we create a transaction, we need to specify for what goal are we saving right now. So let's insert a row below to have the goal ID, which is a foreign key that will help us link a transaction to a goal. So from a goal to a lot of transactions. This way, we're going to be able to track how far are we from reaching the goal by summing up all the transactions that we recorded for that goal. It should also be linked to a group, but do we need to link it to a group, or can we understand that it's part of our group because the goal is part of our group? Like, you can go from transaction to the goal and from a goal to a group, and you can understand in which group this transaction belongs to. Maybe later we're going to need it to simplify some querying, but I don't think we need it at the moment. What we need is to understand who registered the transaction, because in a family there are more people, like person A and person B. So for that reason, we're going to have a new row here saying user ID. Should we call user ID instead of profile ID? Yeah, probably it's gonna make more sense. Goal ID, this is foreign key, and user ID is also a foreign key that will link a profile to a transaction. And this way we will know who added the transaction. User ID. Yeah, I think, yeah. User ID is fine because even profile has a relationship with user IDs. Anyway, so that's, in my opinion, everything that we need. Are you Italian? No, I am from Moldova originally. Is Tamagui a paid service? No, it's not a paid service. And you can learn more about Tamagui on their website. So everything that they are offering is free and it's open source. The only paid thing that they are offering is this takeout. But this is their premium, so you don't need the V-Starter in order to use Tamagui. It's a starter that has like a couple of screens, like everything set up to get started really easily. You can look through the docs on how you can use it in any application, or you can start by doing npm create Tamagui. Okay, so we have a database. Let's go ahead and implement this table inside our Supabase. So here we have 3 tables. Let's go ahead and create a new one. The name is going to be transactions. Description, the same, transactions. So we have ID created that by default. Let's add a column for amount. We need to know how much was deposited. And this is going to be a float, single precision 4 bytes or 8 bytes. Let's go ahead with 8 bytes. Maybe people will want to save millions, or 8 bytes is, I think, even more than that. Default value. Should we have a default value, or should we make this amount non-nullable? I think we're going to make it non-nullable and require, like if you add a transaction, to have an amount. Let's add a column here for our next field, user ID. So let's do user underscore ID, and this is going to be a foreign key. So let's select the profiles here. And here it asks us how deleting will work. So for example, when deleting a profile, will we also delete the transaction? Maybe not. Yeah, at the moment I'm gonna simply say, yeah, basically no, deleting. Yeah, it will raise an error. Let's think about how we want to handle this later. If you delete a profile, I'm not sure even if we're gonna have a delete profile very soon. So user ID, this is nullable. No, this I don't want to be nullable. I want a transaction to be linked to a user ID, and the same thing with our goal ID. But goal ID, I think it can be null, because later maybe we're gonna I don't know exactly how like this transaction will not be only about goals. Later maybe we can have like transactions for tracking your expenses as well. So when a goal is deleted, should the transactions related to that goal also be deleted? Probably yes. So deleting a record from the goals, if we delete a goal, I will also delete transactions related to the goal. Yeah, because maybe I'm gonna want to delete a goal, and instead of deleting from, think that's right. And what here is nullable? Yeah, we can have it like this, and let's press save. It created the table, and let's go ahead and also create a migration. A migration is basically a SQL file that basically takes the table from the current state, applies some SQL commands to transform it to the new state, basically adding a new table that we have. This way, we're going to be able to, the changes that we did manually here in our local host, we're going to be able to deploy them to Supabase as well. So to do that, all we have to do is do yarn supa, then the script is called migration diff. Let's do migration diff, and I think we also need to tell the name, right? How did we do it before? I think we went directly to Supabase and did yarn migration diff and the name. Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna simply do yarn supa migration diff, and the name will be create transactions. And this should add a new migration here after doing all the checks. Annual is asking if I have any docs or videos to follow for using Firebase authentication in an Expert React Native project. No, related to Firebase authentication, I don't have. I have with AWS Cognito. So you can check out authentication on our channel. We have specific videos for that. Why not integer and then format in the app? Do you mean the amount? Because I believe, like, I don't know, like, I don't think people will use floating numbers, but maybe sometimes it makes sense to have floating numbers for transactions. Yeah, because you know what? maybe when you save for a goal, like you don't need floating numbers. Maybe you're gonna save very like numbers like 100 or 50 and so on. But this transaction, as I said later, are going to be also used for tracking your expenses. So expenses can be a float. So that's why we have an integer here. We have a float, yeah. So we have a new migration created for the transactions. And now we can also generate new types using yarn supag to generate types based on the Supabase table, and they will be saved here. And now, yeah, like our database should have transactions type. Yeah, perfect. Okay, so here, what do we have? Git status, we added the tables. We can go ahead and do git add, git commit -m. I'm gonna call it setup transactions table. And now we are ready to start working on the UI. So transactions. Do we need a separate screen for transactions? I think we do. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think we actually do need a separate screen for transactions. So this template also has a generator for screens. So yarn gen screen. It simply sets up a couple of files for our screens that will work both on Expo and in Next.js. I could also like copy paste some of the existing screens, but if there is this gen script, let's try to use it. What's the path for this screen? It's going to be transactions, or should we? Yeah, maybe transactions. What feature does this screen belong to? It belongs to transactions. And what name of a screen is going to be index, the one that displays transactions. Index. So what was created right now is inside packages app features, we have a new folder for transactions. Here we are keeping all the components and screens grouped by the feature, not by the screens. So for example, transactions, here we have transactions, savings, index screen, yeah. It created an Expo app transaction, so we can go in the apps Expo application, and it has these transactions. But I want to add them as part of a bottom tab navigation, so I'm gonna drag and drop them inside our tabs. Come on, transactions inside tabs. Yes, move. And this added a new tab at the end. I can go ahead in the layout to change the order. For example, we have what? We have a home, we have savings, then we have a new, and after the new, I'm gonna copy the tabs savings and add after this plus button the transactions, title transactions, and for the icon, doesn't work. Yeah, I think transactions should also have a layout file, right? Or did I make a typo here? If I add a underscore layout.tsx with something like this. Yes, now we have a piggy bank here. Un momento. Here, index. Layout. I don't think we even need this title. Same thing for the savings, because we are not even displaying the header. Header shown is false. So let's choose another icon for this tab. The icons are from Lucid. So let's find something like transactions. I don't know. Yeah, this one. Very good. How to see in action? Still have to figure it out. I think it should be arrow left, right. And if I'm gonna choose this one for our transactions icon, yes. Home, savings, and transactions. Perfect. Do I need all of this? Or can I simply say that it's a stack? Yeah, I think that's even better. And inside the index here, we have a stack screen option where we can change from index to transactions in the header. Yes. And it simply imports that index screen from our app features. So this is a mono repo with shared code between Expo and notJust. That's why in our Expo, we simply try to only set up like our navigation system that is very specific to Expo, and we are using Expo router for that. And for the actual user interface, for our actual screens, we are importing components from these packages, application, and so on. This way we separate and we are able to share code between web and mobile. Loving the Notion notes, are they accessible somewhere? I don't think I will make them accessible. But why would you need them? So we are working on this users can deposit savings. And users will also, can see all transactions. To see all transactions, I think that's a crucial. Should we start with creating? Yeah, let's start with actually creating a transaction the similar way as how we are creating a goal. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna define a new screen. Later on, I'm gonna come back here to query the transaction and display them, but I want to first have a screen where I can add a new transaction, right? So let's go ahead and call it yarn generate screen. What's the path of a screen? It's going to be transactions/create. I think that's how we keep our names, like create. For example, I can go into the group, group create. What feature? The feature is, transactions, and it's create. So it created a new folder in the Expo, which I need to, wait a second, what did it do? In the Expo, I need to move this create inside these transactions. like this, and the folder from the root, I don't need it anymore. Okay, so transactions, create. Add transaction. Now what I can do is, similar to how in savings we have this plus icon, let me check how we did it. So I'm gonna look into the savings layout, in the maybe create. Where did we add it? Savings. Oh, in the index, there is header right. Yep. So let's take this one. Also in our index from transactions. And besides the title, let's add the header right with a link imported from export router, plus sign imported from, where is plus sign imported from? Tamagui Lucid icons. And we are redirecting to transactions/create. So now if I'm gonna go to transactions, press on the plus, add transaction, I can go back. So at least the navigation is there. For the next, I'm gonna ignore it for now, and we have them inside our packages, features, create transactions, create screen. Perfect. So we have a structure, transactions, screen, structure. Now let's go ahead and start rendering a form inside this add transaction. So if I press plus, add transaction, here we need a form. That's going to happen on our packages application, features, transactions, create. Here we have a stack. I'm going to look at what we did in the savings create screen, because we have something useful here. Should I just copy everything? Yeah, I'm gonna copy everything. I'm gonna come to the transactions and paste everything. Not like this, like this. And let's go ahead and modify what we need and what we don't. For example, starting from the scroll, this is not a goal schema. This is a transaction schema. Transaction. It's working with Zod, which is a very nice library that helps us validate any kind of data and transform it into TypeScript. So for example, here in a transaction, if we look at our database, we have the amount, which form fields is a number, minimum 0. I think the transaction can also be negative. So I think I'm gonna look for something else like required. I don't know. Does it have something like this? No. I'm gonna check. Let's add here a to do. Required. And it also needs a goal ID. Goal ID. Form fields, the goal ID is what? Transactions, goal ID is a integer, right? Integer. Yeah, it should be a number. Okay, then using this transaction schema, when it comes to the mutation, we can very easily comment it out for now. On submit, I'm gonna comment it out as well. Here, let's change to transaction schema. Where is it? Here. Default values. Let's do add a latest goal as the default selected goal. And we have a create goal, which should be add, simply add, I think is okay. We don't have a name actually. Create. We can call this text add transaction. I don't think that we even need it, but yeah, maybe. Okay, the fields, how are they created? For example, if I'm gonna go to home screen and press on this plus button, here we also have a way to select things. So I think we will need a component that will allow us to select a goal. But let's, before we have like selecting a goal and so on, let's go ahead and hard code the goal, like goal ID here. Let's do it this way. Let's finish with a mutation. I want to simply create a transaction and then improve on it. So the schema is going to be transaction schema. We need the group ID, and we also need the user. We need to know our profile, but it doesn't matter, or does it? User. If group ID is not there, or if user dot, we don't have ID? No, we have ID. Find group or user. So not from goals, but from transactions, we want to insert. We don't have any name. The amount is going to be coming from the data. Don't have emoji. Group ID, yes, is this one that we take from our context. And the same way with user. Oh, we don't need a group. We need a goal. Goal ID is data.goal ID. And user ID is user.id. On success, successfully created, added the transaction. And transaction. And do we need to invalidate anything? At the moment, no. Later we can maybe come back and do that. I don't have a name here. Okay, so let's try creating a new transaction. We don't need the group even here. Can't find your user. Mutation should be added to the on submit like this. What's up with the schema form? Yeah, everything is okay. Perfect. Let's try it. So if I'm gonna do 1, 2, 3 to the goal, which goal? The latest one that I created is called travel. So if I look into the goals, the latest one called travel has an ID of 27. So if here I'm gonna say transactions, let's add a new one, 1, 2, 3, to the goal 27. Add, something went wrong. Let's have a look. What went wrong? New row violation, row level security. Yes, because we didn't add any policy to our table that we just created. So we need to go to the transactions and we need to do view policies. From here, we can create a new policy. Let's try to do it quickly. Enable read access, no. Enable insert access for authenticated users only, yes. We want to enable authenticated users to be able to insert. Let's review and save policy. And let's try again in our application to save a goal. Add, successfully added transaction. Now if I'm gonna go to the tables, we already have a transaction with ID 2, with amount by this user ID, so we can also look at the user, which is Vadim. Perfect. Let's go back. How do you go back? Goal ID. We can also look travel. It's correct. And yeah, that's it. Perfect. So we can add simple goals here. We will need a way to select the goal. Let's transaction. Yeah, we need here a way to select a goal. It's time to take a seat because it's gonna be a long stream. So let's go down. How to create responsive design with mobile on table. Check out Tamagui, by the way, because it does a really good job with responsiveness. You know what I forgot to do? Of course, to turn on the lights. Better. Oh, okay. And I'm gonna do like that. Perfect. So the next step for us is, as I said, is to create a goal, right? A goal selector. I think I will try to reuse like a drop down like this. Let's have a look at how it's implemented. I was looking at that default basically form that was in this template that has a drop down. So let's try to check how that was implemented. In that we can find probably in the create screen here. So it has type, right? Project type. Form fields, select, describe project type. Default value, type, code. Okay, type, options. Okay, I see how it works. So first of all, in the schema, we need to call it select. So in schema, form fields, select. I don't need anything after. Transactions plus. Cannot read map of undefined. And here in the props, I need to add some kind of options. So let me take everything in the props. And in the schema form here, there will be goal. Should it be goal or goal ID? Goal ID. And the options will be, I don't know, vacation. The value will be the ID of a vacation, for example, 27. And the other one is like, I don't know, for example, test. And I don't know the ID, but I'm gonna assume it's, I don't know, 10. Value. The number is not assignable to type string. Select field. The expected type comes from property value, which is declared here on type select item. Who said that it should be a string? Can it be integer? I'm gonna look in a moment. So now this is creating a goal. I need to check the create transaction. Goal something, vacation. And for example, for the default value, I want goal ID to be 27 probably. So if I'm gonna press this one, why it was not by default selected goal ID? Is it default with name or I can look here. Default type code, so it's the value. So if I go here, I want the default one to be selected, but it's not. Should it be before maybe? It doesn't want to select goal ID. Let's try 10. Default values. If I'm gonna do amount 1, 2, 3, amount changes. So what's the problem with goal ID here? The goal ID select. Options to props for this. Yes, options. But if I add here 1, 2, 3 and then in the on submit here instead of goal ID. Yeah. The problem right now is that this is a string. It's not assignable type number. I can parse it to a number here, but let me check if I can use here values like actual values like this. Oh, and now, no, it doesn't. And the default value 27. Okay, what's happening here? We have a schema, a Zod schema select. Let's check the documentation of Zod. Maybe we can specify a select of numbers. Native enums. No. Let's try to find select. No, it's something with form fields. Form fields are app utils schema form fields. Let's try to find them. Okay, form text is string. Is it simple? Utils schema form. So make sure to pass options to props for this. Should I do a number select based on this select? For example, select number, which is going to be a number. And I can use here select number. And now goal ID will be Zod number. So here everything is okay. Not sure what's happening with the value in the options. In the mapping, I think I also have to map the select number to a select field, I believe. Options, where select item, what's that? Select field, the expected type. Select item, value and name. Can it be string or number? Select item. Now it works, I guess. So what's going on there? Let's check. Duplicate ID, pass to create field schema. Ensure that each ID is only being used once. Where is that? Create field schema. Okay, so select item, select. Okay. This ID should be select underscore number, I think. Yeah, now it works. And if I go through transactions, I can choose vacation, 1, 2, 3, add, expect number received string. What's going on here? Aren't you supposed to take the value? Select number, goal ID. Come on, wait, what's going on? So schema form, it's also another component. So it takes a little bit of time to try to understand how everything is working. Select field. It can be a number or a string. If I'm going to ignore this one for a second. No, I don't think that's the problem. Custom mount in. That would be an option to leave everything, but the problem is not with the mount. The problem is with the ID. So the ID is an integer. I can work with strings and cast them probably, but maybe I can make it work. Yeah, it's gonna take us some time, but let's see if we can do it. Form fields, components, that's a lot. So in the UI, what's in the UI? Components, form fields, we have here a select field. So what's going on with this select field that we are using here? Okay, first of all, a label, and then what? Then we're using a select with a value, field value. Options, we have select item. Oh, we have item. Oh, yeah, that's okay so far. Item text is the item name. But where is the item value? Select value, field value. You see, the value is item name to lowercase. Think the value should be item dot value. And that's it. Now even the selecting it works. I can add to vacation. 1, 2, 3, add, successfully added. I can check in the database. Where in the database here. The goal ID is 27. Yes, it worked. And for the other parts as well, it's working. So I'm gonna actually keep some notes to give feedback to for Tamagui. Give me just 1 second. Select field should use item.value instead of item.name. Okay, so what do we have now? We can go to the transactions. We see the goal. At the moment, yeah, I can leave it like this. I can leave, I can leave the default goal selected. Later, I think it shouldn't be like this, because later adding a transaction will not necessarily mean that you're saving for a goal. But now it can be like this. It's okay. What we have to do is to query and display the options here that we have. So where will we do that? For example, API. What's in the API? There is UI, there is application, provider, React, no. Use Supabase. I can query them here, but yeah, I will query them right now here, and maybe later I'm gonna think to group them into a service or something like that. For example, from the savings on the screen, we have this query to get the goals. So I think this is the thing that should be reused. Not sure, maybe later I'm gonna regret it, but now let's try to do it like this. So I'm gonna create a new folder, services, and let's create a new savings service, or let's create them as hooks. Use savings service .tsx. So let's do const use or export default use savings service. Export default function. And this from our place where we already query these goals, let's go ahead and because we are calling it goals, I think we can do use goals service, and here as well. Okay, what do we need there? We need the group itself. Let's import use user. Where was it imported from? From utils. Use query imported from React query Supabase. It should be taken using use Supabase. Imported from here, and what else? So if group ID equal group ID, if error, okay. And I think I will simply do here const list goals, and I'm going to return from this hook the list goals, which will have everything there. So now if I'm gonna go to the goals, let's try to replace implementing the query in the saving screen. Let's replace it with using the service that we just created. So it's going to be const. Basically, I'm going to try to do it like this, equal use goals service. And it should be taken from list goals. And then the list goals will have data, refetch, and so on. So we don't need all of this. So it still works. So that means that it's properly querying. And now we can reuse the same query in different places. And we don't need like Supabase, group, and so on. So I'm going to delete them from here. Data. Yeah, I can keep it like this. Now I can use the same thing inside our create screen for transactions to basically get the goals. I don't need refetch. Not sure if I need loading, but I can take the goals and I can add them as options here. But for that, I need to go ahead and do goals.map for every goal. I want to return an object with a name from goal.name and value with goal.id. Let's do them here. Goal options equal to this one. Goal options. And if there is no goals, I'm going to do simply like that. And in this situation, we don't need the is loading. So now the test and travel should automatically be fetched and added in this options list, travel and test. And here from the default value goal ID, I'm gonna do default value goal options at position 0 dot ID or dot value. Yes, dot value. So if I'm gonna go ahead and add a new goal here, for example, car, and if I'm gonna go to transactions to try to add a transaction, plus, come on, we see test, travel, and car. Exactly what we needed. Perfect. So we can do car, 1, 2, 3, add. So now our goal should dynamically be added to the car goal, which is 28, and we can look at it, it's car. Yes, perfect. So now we we can basically add transactions and link them with our specific goals. The value on select should be the int value, not the name. Yes, that is correct. That is the problem there. Yes, so now we can go ahead and do git add, git commit -m, create transactions. Create transactions. Perfect. Now on the transactions page, we're gonna have to query and list all the transactions. So we're gonna have a new service similar to this one, which is going to be called use transactions service. And what will it do is it will list transactions. You see here I would probably need the group ID because it's going to make it easier to query based on the group ID to query all the transactions for this group. Use transactions. Yeah, the easiest way to actually query this one is going to be to attach it to a group as well. And then we will be able to query all the transactions recorded inside this group. So let's go ahead and add a row below group ID. That's going to be a foreign key. And it's going to be linked to our groups. Let me try to maybe change the place like this. Oh, like this looks nice. Okay, let's go ahead and do this change. For example, in the transactions, I can delete all of them. not to mess anything up, I'm gonna add a table, and let's add a group ID. The group ID is going to be linked to a group, and when the group is deleted, should I delete the transactions as well? I don't know. The group ID is also required, so I'm gonna deselect is nullable. And yeah, let's put save. Now we need to, this change, we need to generate a new migration for it. So let's do supa or yarn supa migration. I don't know, add group link transactions with group. All right. Okay, now I need to generate types. So yarn supa g. And when we create a transaction, where is it? In the feature transactions create screen. Here we have this mutation. By the way, let's go ahead and actually extract this mutation to the service. Services, use transactions services. We have a query, but we also have the mutation. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to change it. No, first of all, I'm gonna fix it here. So what we need here is the group ID. So back to taking the group from the use user, we can check if user ID or if group ID is not there, can find your user or group. And yeah, let's do group ID equal to group.id. Now, if I'm gonna create a new transaction, 1, 2, 3 for travel, add, successfully added, and we can look in the database. It has everything, and it's also linked with a group, with a goal and a group, which will help us. And let's see if we can move this mutation inside the use transaction service. So we have list, we have this one. Let's import use mutation. We need to import z from Zod. Transaction schema, we can pass it to this one. Schema, I don't know, type of schema. Uh, we need user ID and group here. The toast. What else? Router. Now let's go ahead and try to, and yeah, we're gonna export this mutation, create mutation, or create transaction as mutation. Or maybe I can call the variable like this. So let's do const use transactions service. We're gonna take from there create transaction, and I'm gonna add to the schema on submit create transaction dot mutate. Definitely it's not gonna work from the first try, but let's try. For example, 1, 2, 3, travel add, successfully added transaction. Did it actually add? So these are the transactions. If I'm going to go here, 1, 2, 3, 4, car, add, successfully added, and everything seems to work okay. Except this use transaction service. Transaction schema. We need to somehow send it there. TypeScript function generic type. Let's see like that. Identity type. Extends Zod type. Or maybe schema extends Zod dot object. Let's use ChatGPT, but I don't think it will help us in this situation. Define a generic type that will expect a Zod object type. Okay, now it kind of works, but it's the mutation doesn't understand properly that this is should I keep the transaction schema inside here and do export const? Where are the form fields coming from? Here. And let's import transaction schema instead of using it here. And here we're not gonna need to receive it because we're gonna use it from here, transaction schema. And in the create screen, everything is working, I guess. So let's try it out once again. Transactions. 1, 2, 3. Travel, add. Successfully added. And now we can simplify a lot this create screen, because we are define that transaction service that is doing all the queries and mutations, and a lot of things from here can be deleted. Create transaction. And here in the use transaction, we have details about how we can list transactions, how we can create them, and it should be type of. And everything else. Perfect. Okay. But where did we start? We started with list transactions. So what we needed is transactions. We already added the group ID to the transactions, so we're gonna select all the columns for the transactions where group ID is equal to our group ID. Okay, and it will return data, so we can implement these list transactions inside our index screen. So here, what I can do is I can get use transaction service, and I can do list transactions with their data loading, and probably that's it at the moment. Now, if it's loading, I'm gonna display something. For example, if loading, let's render with spinner. And otherwise, I'm gonna go with a flat list here inside this Y stack. I'm still not sure if that's right of rendering flat lists, because they are targeted to React Native, but this application must also support like web, so not sure how that works. But as I said, like I'm gonna focus mostly on React Native. So for the flat list data, let's send the data that we receive from the backend. For the render item, we're gonna receive an item, and I can start by rendering a simple text item dot amount. And I can import text from React Native or from even Tamagui text. Yeah. And it should display somewhere here. Let's do a console log data. Let's have a look at the console. There was a problem requiring what? Why I don't see the problem here? Let's try to stop the server and start it again. The query point to goal. The query points to goal. In the transactions, it doesn't point to goal, but it uses the wrong name. So let's do transactions. And here, when we create a new transaction, we can go ahead and invalidate that transactions query. But for that, we need the query client. That can be taken using the... Where can we find it? Query client. Let's import it. Anyway, what's going on? Unable to resolve UI types for packages use transaction services. To resolve UI types for the use package use transaction services. Is it coming from the text? Thank you, Alessio, for the advice. Unable to resolve UI types. Oh, this one. Probably shouldn't be imported from here. It shouldn't be imported from the types, but we can check in the, for example, savings, create screen. Use what? From the UI, simply use toast. So back to the transaction, use to it should be types, it should be simply UI. Reload. Okay, let's go to transactions. I'm not sure what's happening here, but we see an empty array. I think why? Because we deleted group ID 23. So what's going on here with our transaction services? Select from transactions where group ID equal to group ID. Console log group ID. Let's do group ID. Group ID 23. 23, so there should be all of them. I know, because in the transactions we need view policy, and we need to add probably a new policy to allow read access to everyone. Let's use this template. Let's review save policy. And now let's have a look. Transactions. We see a list of transactions. Perfect. I don't need the console log here anymore. And for the transactions index, I can use the text from my UI, because that would probably be properly formatted for both dark mode and light mode. We see that there is unnecessary spacing at the top, and that's coming from our apps, expo, application, tabs, transactions, index, and here there is a safe area view, which we don't actually need. And I'm gonna remove and leave only the empty. Maybe safe area view, where is it coming from? Maybe it needs, how did I do for savings, for example? Savings in the index. I don't have anything here, okay. So the spacings most probably is handled at the level of the UI. Transactions index here. We have a Y stack with padding. That's how it's supposed to be. 3? Yeah, I suppose. Savings. Screen. Yes. What? Yeah, padding 3. Perfect. So we have a list of. We are rendering the amount for all the transactions. Now we need some kind of user interface for it, right? Let's do git add git commit -m list savings data, not savings, transactions data. And I have an idea of a way to render the user interface, but I'm not finally sold on it. So my idea is to show transactions as you would see messages in a messaging application, and because this is going to be to help groups and families to do that, we can show like which one were our transaction and which were other people's transactions. So yeah, I'm thinking of doing something like that. First of all, yeah, like let's see where would that happen. I think it's going to be in the UI. We have source components. I have a lot of components here. And also with stories and so on. For example, in the savings screen, we are using here an achievement card. Is this achievement card coming from my UI? Achievement card. So it's a card and a lot of things here. I think the way it should work is I need to do yarn and run the storybook to work based on the storybook, and after that connect it with John, привет. Твои приложения есть в маркетплейсах. This one is going to be there, so we are working on it. Let's look at how to run this storybook. Storybook iOS. So if I'm gonna do Storybook iOS, could you make a video about setting up authentication with Google, GitHub, with Expo and Supabase? I'm gonna try to do that in this application, but I'm not sure like if I'm gonna manage till the end. But I have it in our, where is it? In the authentication, I have signed in with Apple and with Google. But they are nice to have, so we still have a lot of tasks until we get there. Now waiting for the storybooks to build. Yeah, when it comes to implementing that for mobile, you have to also configure like the redirect URLs and stuff. Is this app open source? No, no. I'm not gonna open source this one because first of all, it's using a template that I don't have permissions to open source. This template that I used to start the project from is a paid product. So, but here is the storybook, and I think in the UI there is like the achievement card in basic, and we can look at how it looks here. There is actions, I don't know. Haven't worked with storybooks, so this is completely new to me. But I would guess that what we would have to do is we would have to create a new component here called something. I'm going to look at an example and we're going to do based on that. So for example, this is achievement card. I want to do transactions. So new file, transaction list item or transaction. Yeah, transaction list item is okay. TSX. And probably the same thing with .stories. That's what I see for ours, so that's what I'm going to use. So in transaction list item, now look at the achievement card. Let's simply export const transaction list item. And let's simply return a text transaction list item. The text, we can import it from where? from Tamagui. Import text from. Now, will we find it here? How did we call it? Transaction list item. I don't see it yet. Probably we need to define the stories. So let's look at how are these stories defined. Export basic arguments. Let's take it from here. Go into the story of this one. I think the arguments are the properties. So at the moment we don't have any property. And component should be transaction list item. Title UI transaction list item. Something like this. And let's try to restart, because now I expect it to work. For example, if I go to sidebar UI, I don't have it yet. Why is it not working? So let's compare it again with achievement card. Maybe I need some a type for the props. Do I maybe need to rebuild it? Let's try to change something and see if it takes effect. For example, in the achievement card, in the basic, let's look at create new users 1, 2, 3, save, it automatically updates. And current, if we change here, it updates. And if, for example, I import here something else, transaction list item, will it work? For example, like this. I don't know what I'm doing, but just playing around to see. Yes, it actually kind of works. Because right now, if we go into the UI achievement card basic, it's going to render this transaction list item. But why isn't it in the list? That's my question right now. Maybe it's here, but I don't see it for some reason. Transaction, no, it's not here. So I'm missing something. Something with a name. Basics, arguments. A1. There is build, there is watch. Maybe the types are not generated. Let's check if the README maybe has some advice. First time configuration, development. Yarn Storybook iOS. Yeah, okay. Publish to Chromatic. Need to set your token first. Maybe I should try yarn generate component. So here is something about the UI kit. We're following design system guide. So let's check that one first. Hello, Alex. You're going? Right, so to skip to some real examples, create Tamagui itself. Okay, more. And be sure to have, okay, there are new things to note here. To build this package, which is a small script, build, okay. Maybe there is an index that I didn't see, index file. So source, there is this index. So everything from components, and maybe in the components there is also, yes, there is an index, yes. Finally. So that means that we need to export everything from dot transaction list item. Now in the sidebar, please. Not yet, not yet. Reload. Still no. Let's try something else. Let's try generating a component using yarn gen component. Hello Ripon, how are you doing? What is the name of a new component to create? Let's do test. Do you want a story file to be created? Yes, I want a story file. Do you want a native file to be created? No. Changes, source, components, add, modified. And will it be here? It's still not there. So test stories. I think I have to, I know. If it doesn't appear right now, probably I have to restart the server, or I have to watch it. Yarn iOS from the app Storybook React Native. App Storybook React Native. What other scripts do we have here? iOS. We have also watch. Let's try. Come on. Okay, let's see if it now changes. Sidebar, UI, and here we have transaction list item and the test. Let's look at the transaction list item. Basic canvas. And now if I'm gonna go there to transaction list items, if I'm gonna change the item, yes, it updates. So I can go ahead and delete the test component and test story. Probably it also included in the index. So I'm gonna remove it from there. Yeah. And now do I have to rebuild it? It doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right. Yarn Storybook. yarn build cd apps. Let's try again. Come on. So yeah, I need some kind of to think about the user interface. So we have a transaction list item. Okay, perfect. Okay, anyway, what information will it receive? No idea. I think it's gonna say something, I don't know, plus 125 dollars towards, and here the and this one is going to be the name of a goal, right? And I somehow have to design everything with this one. Card. Where is card coming from? Tamagui. Let's have a look at Tamagui with some components. Card. List item. Let's see what do we have here. Accepts a size prop that works on all styles. Place an icon before and after. So starting with a stack. And for a stack, we can set background color. So let's start with a stack. It can have background color. Which background color? I don't know. Green. padding 2 or even 3. Okay. Okay, green. Okay, green, and we need to provide a something for that green. Green 2, green 3. How does it work? Green. Oh, that's what I was looking for. So something like, I don't know, green 7, 8. They seem like washed out. Don't they have the same feeling? How do I change the color theme of this? Come on, I just need the settings. Why it's not here? Where can I change it to dark mode? Accessibility, display. Let's make it rounded then. Does it need also some margin? Let's try. Developer. And it should have a width of, I don't know, 80%. And it should either float margin left auto or margin right auto. And this depends on whether is me or not. So in our story, what we can do here is me. First one is false. My transaction. Not my transaction. So here we should now have there should be a way to easier change these stories. Do I need to maybe rebuild them? Yarn build. Display and brightness. Okay, thank you. And restart. Storybook React Native packages. Watch. Yeah, probably I'm gonna have to do that. So cd apps expo. Let's do yarn watch. No, cd Storybook React Native and now watch. All right, so yeah, it's getting interesting with these storybooks, but yeah, I think I just need to get used to it. And maybe after the stream, I'm gonna look at how everything works with the storybook, and next time it's gonna take less time to set everything up. Oh, it takes so much time. Well, this is happening. Maybe we can try to integrate it in our application, in our app feature index. So here in the flat list, maybe we can try to render a transaction list item from my UI. So this is my transaction and this is not my transaction. We need to go ahead and basically make sure that we are rendering with different color, my transaction and not my transaction. So if is me, it's green, otherwise it's going to be gray. 2, 3, 4, 8, too much, 7, perfect. And we're not gonna have margin left auto. How do we properly do it? We need margin left auto only if is me auto. Otherwise, what? Nothing. Okay, and my transaction. Both of them are false. Oh my god. Okay. So this one is my transaction, and this one is someone else's transaction. Or it should be free here if it's not me. Yep, like that. And maybe green 7? No. What other properties? Like the amount is going to be a number. So let's take the amount here and render it here, amount. For the plus sign, we're gonna check if amount is more than 0, then render a plus sign. Otherwise, render a minus sign, because maybe we can support negative as well. In the stories, we need to send here amount 1, 2, 3, and this one amount minus 50. So if we choose another one, it's double minus. So that means that if it's lower, we don't need to display anything. Should we render them with bold, like some of these parts? Bold. And the amount also should be here. And this traveling should also be a goal. I think it can be... Well, at the moment we only have transactions for the goal, so let's have it like this. Maybe later should actually be a goal type. To be able to also implement like redirection and so on. Now it's okay like this. Goal, we can render it towards goal. And I'm also gonna make it bold. Goal traveling. And this one savings. And the word even towards should depend on the plus or minus. So if amount is more than 0, it's towards the goal. Otherwise, it's from. And should have this one as well. So this one is from saving, and the first one is is the dollar amount usually here and a space between that? Yeah, I think that's better. And here, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do it like this, minus amount. And when we display the amount, we display math dot absolute value to put the minus in front of it. Okay. Let's go ahead in our index screen. Here we're using transaction list item, and we need to pass whoever is me. So is me can be initially true. So that means that we already have to check this in our own application, not in Storybooks. We also need amount, which is item dot amount, and goal, which basically we don't know yet. Amount. Goal traveling. Why I was logged out, I don't know. So transactions, yes, perfect. I like it. Maybe the transaction list item should not have margins. Maybe it should not have margin, and instead of that, inside the index, we can do content container style and add here gap 5. Something like that. Okay, that's good. What's up with this amount? Is not assignable to. Amount does not exist on. I think it was not. Maybe it was not rebuilt, and that's why. I don't know. because here I see it's working. Also, I'm thinking to already thinking about features, how to improve it. So in the transactions, display the timestamp of the transaction. It's important to know when that transaction was created. What are we doing here? User can deposit money for savings goals. I think that's done. Users can deposit money. So I can go here, I can press plus. I can deposit money to travel. Add. Yes, and it updates here. So this one is done. Users can see all transactions. We're working on this right now. Users can see all transactions. Why is app crashing that generated app using EAS build? There is no easy way to tell you like why it's crashing. There are so many reasons why it might crash. What I recommend you do is you need to see the error. You need to see the reason why it's crashing, and that will help you understand where to look for solutions. And one way you can do that is by connecting to your device that is running the production build using ADB, which is a tool like the logcat, how is it called? And by doing that, you can see all the logs, ADB logcat. So look out for this one. It's a command line tool that you can run, and it will display all the logs for the device that is connected to your PC. And you can see what error the application is throwing when it's crashing. Anyway. What I wanted to do here. Well, I'm thinking how to show them. For example, if I do here one as the most recent one towards, I don't know, car, for example. Well, first of all, I need this traveling to be dynamic. But the thing is that the item only has the goal ID. So for every item, we need to query the name of that group, the name of a goal. How are we gonna do that properly here? Like, that's why I like GraphQL, because you can get all the data from one single query. Here, in this use transaction service, we are only getting the transactions themselves. Supabase. Maybe we can look at the documentation of Supabase. Why not using flash list? Because I didn't encounter the issues yet with flat list. So I'm keeping it simple so far. If I'm gonna have performance issues, I'm gonna use flash list. Okay, Supabase. What I'm looking for is JavaScript library for fetching data. Oh, look at this. Perform a select query on the table or view. By default, Supabase project. Select can be combined with filters, with modifiers. Look what we're gonna do here. I'm gonna do console log data. Transactions here. What if I'm gonna do goal, everything about the goal, null, goals. Look at that. Just by that, I'm also querying the goal. So what I can do here in the index is say the goal is item dot goals dot name. So now travel, 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 car, car. Perfect. I think we also need to sort them somehow when we query, because transactions can be a lot. So let's do querying with count. Sorting, anything. Where is the sort? Sort docs. I have tried Firebase, but quite a long time ago. Oh, here, sort by, but this is for the files. Supabase, fetch, sort. Or maybe it's order. Oh, here it is. Order by ID. I want to order by created at. created add, and ascending so now I'm gonna do here 5 for, I don't know, car. It's going to be at the bottom. Ascending false should be, because I want it how do I want them? I want in the latest transactions to see to query first. So transactions created add, yeah, so I want them descending. Why it's at the top, these ones? '17th, and this one, yeah, that's true. Yeah, now it works for some reason. But the default sorting isn't it false? Never mind. Okay, but another thing is that I want to probably invert the list to start from the bottom. And when you're gonna scroll up, you're gonna see, or should it be like this? Should the new transaction show at the top or at the bottom of the screen? Like if it's in the context of a chat, I think I want this to be inverted. And background color red. No. Okay, yeah, that's what I wanted. And maybe padding bottom more. Okay, yeah, something like this. So now if I'm gonna add something to the transactions, for example, 444 for, I don't know, test, add, it should be added at the bottom, 444 towards test. Perfecto. Thank you very much for mentioning the thing with OBS. I'm gonna have a look, because yeah, maybe something is not right there. So that means that we are properly fetching transactions. Maybe, yeah, I'm gonna add here transactions pagination in order to load more. For example, if we're gonna have like really a lot of transactions, when we're gonna scroll, we can see more. For now, I think it's good enough. Not sure what's wrong with this amount. Okay. I can put this user can see all transactions in, first of all, in progress. Now I think is maybe to add the refetch. It's not very hard to do. Refreshing should be is loading, and on refresh call refetch. And this way, if we're gonna look here, and from the database for the 444, I'm gonna change this one to can I change it to 1? If I'm gonna save it and go back, and if I'm going to pull down, yeah, I think when it's inverted, we should pull up and it becomes 1. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and do git add, git commit. Yeah, list transactions UI. I'm thinking that at one point I would want to make it possible to create new transactions from this plus sign and even like goals. So this plus sign will be very, basically will work with multiple adding. So add a generic create page with multiple tabs for quick adding stuff. User can see all transactions. It's done. For updating transactions, deleting them, displaying the timestamp, we can look at them a bit later because they are P1. And I want to go back to our goals in order to connect our transactions with our goals, because at the moment they are not connected. So what I can do is, first of all, probably add a separate page for the goal. And when we go there, I want to see a list of transactions below to see how we are working towards that goal. So for that reason, let's go ahead and generate yarn generate screen. And what's the path? The path is going to be savings yeah, I'm not sure what's gonna happen with I'm gonna focus on the expo for now. So the path is going to be tabs, then savings, then here is going to be a dynamic property ID of a saving. What feature is going to be savings? What's the name of this screen? It's details, I don't know. So what we have here, it's I'm going to change a bit here, like ID, and I'm gonna remove the what else was created? And packages up feature, packages up feature, savings details screen. Okay. Now what I want to do is when we press one of these savings goal, which by the way, how is that happening? For example, source, components, achievement card. Does it have a something like action? Look, the thing is that at the moment we are using for savings, we are using this achievement card. I don't want to edit anything in the achievement card, but now I'm gonna have to add a one-click on press event to redirect to the details. So instead of changing anything about achievement card, let me actually copy it to copy and paste to a, not achievement card, but goal card. And the same with the stories. It's going to be goal card stories. In the goal card here, we can rename some of the stuff. Goal card, props. Let's look where we see achievement. We're gonna replace it with goal. And the same thing in the goal card stories. Goal card, goal card, goal card from the import as well. When it comes to the actual UI, we're gonna come back for it later. I also have a task for that to create a separate UI component, and we're gonna think like how to render it better. But now, at least we need to hook it up with our application features. Savings, and in the screen here where we display a list, let's go ahead and instead of importing the achievement card, let's import the goal card and rename it with goal card. Now if I'm gonna go here, invalid, expected a string, has no, oh, yeah. Because in the UI source, there is also that index file. It needs to include the gold card. Savings. Okay, everything is still like that, but what we can do is, for example, from the UI goal card here, I'm not sure if we can use links here. Can the card have a one press events? If it can, I can test if it has using a warning. Hello. So if I press, yes, it can have. So what I can do here is I can do router. I can get the router probably. Const router. I'm not sure if that's right to do here. Maybe. It should be a on press event here, which is going to be of type function, and it can be actually optional. And we can send it to the on press event here. Now, nothing is gonna happen. But if from our application features savings screen, when we render the goal card, if we're gonna say on press, let's use router. Well, basically, I just need to import router in our screen at the top and do router dot push, and we're gonna push to slash savings, I think, slash details, or no, slash saving, and after that it should have an ID. So we're gonna take the ID of the goal and add it here. So now if I'm gonna press details, perfect. Next, based on this, I'm not sure where exactly we need to take the ID from the path. Can we do that using Solito, or should we do that separately in Expo and separately in Next.js? I'm gonna do it separately in Expo. For example, in the savings ID, here we can take const ID equal use local search param from router. And I can do here detail screen, goal ID equal ID. Now I can go to the detail screen. I can take the goal ID from here. Let's define the type. Props. Goal ID string. And what we can do is we can query that. This is the savings. We have that service, use goal service. Use goal service. Not sure if it's very smart to have it like this. I can try here to export not default, but export function. Use fetch goal. It needs an ID of type string. And what it will do is it will define this query. So it will return everything that the use query returns. And the type will be goal, and here the ID. We don't need the group. We simply need to go Supabase from select where ID is equal to ID, and we can take single. And here we can take data is loading, and I don't need the error. For the is loading, I'll take the same thing from here. And below, I'm going to render goal card using the I don't know, it's a lot of things, but let's try. It doesn't have on press. It's gonna render a text, goal not found. So now if I'm gonna go to savings and to the test, okay, it works. I need also this theme around the goal itself, and we should be good. Savings, we look, it works. We can add some padding to this whole stack. Why it's not applying? And the screen itself should not have a safe area view. Yes, that's what we mean. So this is test, this is travel, this is car. Perfect. So from our list here, user can view the details of a view with all the transactions. Okay, that's what we are working on. Let's go ahead and render all the transactions for that. For that specific goal, because here we have all the transactions, but underneath the goal itself, we can have specifics. Let's do that inside where? Inside our packages, application, features, savings, details, screen. So here, besides fetching the goal, we should also fetch transactions. Use transaction service. And there was, well, first of all, let's look at this. Well, I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing, but as always, let's transaction service. Let's call them props. I want to have probably a filter, and I want to filter by goal ID. Should I do it goal ID like this, which is string or number? Number, I think. How to dynamically add a equal clause here? Supabase fetch dynamic equal. Selecting specific columns, no. Equal. I need to add the equal expression only if this goal ID exists. Equal. Now I'm gonna do it a bit differently. I'm gonna export another function, use transactions for by goal. Here we're gonna receive a goal ID, which is going to be a string. And we're gonna have a query like this. We also need the Supabase. We don't care about the group ID. We only care about goal ID. So goal ID. Do we need the goals? Maybe. Transactions. So let's simply return this use query. In the details screen, we can use this one, import, and we're gonna have goal ID. Now data is going to be transactions. And the same way as we are rendering the transactions inside the index screen here, let's take this flat list in the detail screen. After the goal card, let's go ahead and render a flat list of transactions. Data transactions. I don't need. So now if I'm gonna go here to the test, nothing, travel, nothing, car, nothing. Why? Because we need to do console log transactions. It's undefined, but why? String is not assignable. Well, goal ID string. It should be a number. Number. And I don't need an object. I just simply can do goal ID number. And here in the use fetch goal ID also number. Oh, we already see something. Yes. Yes, perfect. So in the details screen, what's up with the style here? Background color red, and if I do flex 1, no, if I do stack here I can do a text or maybe an H2. Margin top 5. Okay, so here is the goal. Here are the transactions. Maybe this Y stack will also have padding bottom. We're gonna be able to scroll through the transactions. They are going to be displayed at the bottom. So now we see the list of transactions with the details of the goal itself. Perfect. So user can view the details of a goal with transactions. That's done. Users can record savings for a specific goal. That's basically we already did it. So I'm gonna delete this one. The goals calculate calculate progress basically. So this is quite crucial in order for the goals to work, and that's what we're gonna do today. So what I want to do is to sum up all the transactions and to add it to how much the goal, how much left for that goal. Okay, so how we're gonna do that? How we're gonna do that? So for every so this current, how do we take it? Should I create here in the features a new file goal item tsx and let's do export default function goal item, and let's return, for example, here, like this one, the theme and everything else. So the goal item should receive a goal type goal item props I don't know where to take this type from. It should be from Supabase types, probably. Is that how it's supposed to be? I don't think so. It doesn't feel right. But it might work, and without dots. Yeah, kind of works. Okay. So from the screen, let me import kind of everything. Just to have everything. And the router. Okay, here we have everything. So now, in the flat list, instead of rendering this one, I'm going to render goal item, where goal is goal. Or I can even do item and not bother renaming it. Now in the goal item, that's our savings, right? Okay. And in the details screen, the same way, instead of this, let's render the goal item. Goal item where the goal is goal. So if I go here, it still works. Nice. Now from the goal item here for the current, what we can do is we can basically fetch and do a summation. So in the services, in the use goal service, fetch goal. Fetch goal or get goal progress. Okay, so get goal progress is going to be goal progress. we're gonna look at transactions. We want the one where goal ID is equal to ID. And I want to somehow count or sum. So fetch call a Postgres function. Maybe I can define it as a function. Supabase sum. The best way is to put this into a Postgres function and call it from Supabase. Maybe. Maybe that's indeed the best way. Database functions. Get planets, passing parameters, name and text into planet. Okay. You know what? I think I understand how more or less it works. First of all, I need to go into the SQL editor and define that query. Oh, my CAD is already not working. So select everything from, what do we have? Select everything from transactions. If I run this one, we have all transactions, but I want to select some. Okay, let's first of all select everything, transactions, where goal ID equal 27. Run. Yes, only these ones. And now I want to sum the amount. So what I want to do is sum amount. And it's going to be sum. So this thing should become a function. So create a new function. The name of a function will be get goal progress. Schema public return type is going to be a integer or a float. Arguments. What arguments? We're gonna need the goal ID. Should I call it goal ID or ID? ID. It's going to be of type, what's the type of, it's int 4 or int 8? I think it's int 8, but I can check that by opening this one. Here, going to our project, table, goals, and it's int 8, yes. So the definition, the language below should be written in, okay, change the language. So if I simply do that query, oh, I lost it. So it was select from transactions where ID equal, I don't know, where goal ID equal 27. And here it was some 5, some amount. Run. Something like that. Failed to create function, syntax error. If I look at our functions, let's look at the handle new user edit function. So it has begin and end. Begin and end. Returns this should be type ID. Let's look at the documentation. Supabase database functions. What's this PLPGSQL? Semicolon is missing at the end of select. You mean here? Okay, thank you, thank you. And how to get goal progress. So now I from JavaScript client, I can look into calling Postgres function like this. Should I do that through use query? Yeah, probably yes. And the function is called get goal progress. Update import. Okay. It also needs an ID, right? The ID is going to be goal.id and const. I don't know what I'm gonna get back, but let's go into this thing and do console log data, console log error. Get goal progress. So if I'm gonna go here, search for the function without parameters or with a single. Yeah, I need to send the parameter there somehow. Is it the second thing here? RPC. Function. Arguments. The arguments to pass to the function. It's optional and it's an object. So the ID should be inside an object. Let's try right now. It could not refer to either a variable or a table column. The ID, yeah. The ID here in the function. Oh boy. How do I get the variable ID here? Oh, begin, insert into planets is the name. Oh, someone is helping here. Create function, but I don't think I need the create function keywords here. One second. This ID. It's the name of a function dot name. You see, that's how we access it. So the name of a function is get goal progress dot ID. Confirm. Yes. Let's see now. If you want to discard the results of select, use perform instead. Query has no destination for the result data. Yeah, but that's good. We're moving. In the handle new user here, we see returns new. Returns new dot sum. Returns new dot sum. What do you think? No. Or edit function. returning sum. Maybe returning sum. Returning. I need to put this into a variable, right? Let's see if ChatGPT can help us with. Right. How is it called, the syntax? Like a function that will receive a parameter ID and will return a number. The query to execute is let's see what ChatGPT helps. Declare. So everything starts with begin. Select some amount into total. Okay, this one is numeric. From transactions. Handle cases when there are no matching transactions, so the sum is null. If total is null, then total amount 0 returns. Okay, so I need the declare to declare a variable before begin total amount. Then I need this if statement and return total amount. But it also has select into. And let's make all the keywords capital. Confirm. Let's see. Yes. Yes, it's working, guys. So, Jimmy, I'm doing good, thank you. Just a bit tired after 4 hours of live streams. But what I can do now is I can return data. So use query in the goal item. What I have here, data. So the progress can be console log data. Let's see, what do we have here? Data is progress. So now if I'm gonna go to current or 0, because if it's still loading, let's use 0. Amazing. So I can go here. Well, I cannot add from this page. That's a bit of a problem. But if I'm gonna go cannot destructure undefined, what's happening there? I thought that it's working. So if I'm gonna go to transactions, use transaction service. Okay, so I can add a new transaction here, for example, 500 to travel, add, we are redirected back, we see it in the list of all transactions, and I can look here and we see that our travel received more investment. Yes. Whoa, that's interesting. So we have quite a lot of things, like our goals are almost ready. What I can do now is, of course, git add, git commit -m, goal progress. Okay. Calculate progress. It's done. What if it's gonna be more than what we need? For example, if I'm gonna do a new transaction to the travel, add, and okay, it goes back to 0. I think I can go in packages, and a easy fix would be, should I do it from the UI? Components, we have here goal card. Math.minimum from 100. So maximum is gonna have 100 here, even if you accomplish it. What I can do now easily is to render on the home screen a couple of our goals. So let's have a look at packages, application, feature, home, components, or screen. Hola. I have quite a lot of progress today. I think, should I, yeah, let me actually end this one, because on the next features will be on the home screen, and subscribe, yeah. I think I'm gonna end right now, because we have completed our goals, and almost we completed the goals today. There is still things that we can improve later, but I'm pretty happy with the progress we had. Come on. So at the moment, what we can do is we can fully track our goals. We can create new goals, like, I don't know, new house, let's say. That's a lot. Create goal. It appears here in our list automatically, and we can go ahead and add transactions. At the moment, we don't have any transactions, but if I'm gonna add a new one here for our house, we can add, and I can go back to our transactions. I don't know what's happening here. House. Yes. We see it. It also has some progress. Awesome. The next step for me is going to be to calculate progress. I think we can put it in done. This one is in progress. We can work on it. I want to quickly add transaction from the goal details page. Maybe that's gonna happen when we add this generic create page. Display on the home screen. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do today as well. We can do it next time. For transactions. Transactions are good. All right, yeah. So next time we're gonna continue with the home screen. We're gonna try to maybe add some more calculations and to try to wrap up everything related to the savings, to the goals, and to the transactions. At the top of the transaction, I think we should have like, I don't know, some kind of overview and so on. All right, thank you guys for staying with me here in the live stream. I hope you found this valuable. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see your applications during the demo day. A quick reminder for everyone. We are currently doing the Summer Startup Challenge, where you can also participate and build your own project by the end of August. On September 1st, we're going to have a demo day, and we're going to present a couple of projects that we are created during the Summer Startup Challenge. During the whole process, I'm also building an application, and I'm documenting this here on YouTube. It's a tough process. It's a lot of work, but it shows you what goes into building a real production-ready application. So yeah, excited about the next videos. We're gonna go live this week. We're gonna go live 3 times. So tomorrow I'm gonna see you at the same time. In the rest of the weeks, we're gonna have 2 live streams. So that was it for today. Have a nice